Hello, good afternoon. Welcome. Buttons. Hang on, that's not the button I wanted to press. There we go. Right, okay. Plan today is going to be largely working our way through some of this stuff. Namely, to get to there. And then we'll see what we do from that point onwards. I've done a little bit of work between episodes, and I am being notified that I need to do a little bit of extra work immediately now. This particular high pressure turbine is continually complaining at me because it can't vent out because we're using this output for the waste from this. Are you getting enough water? Yeah, okay. So I need to make a quick tweak here. Where is that input? That input is there. Okay, and then I want to put a balancer. I was hoping I would get away with not needing to do this for a while, but it's complaining, so we best do something about it. Okay. Priority, I'll put those ways first. Only send the last remaining bit of steam over there if we need to. Actually, that's not gonna. That's still not gonna do what I want it to. I think I'm just gonna have to tell this to stop alerting me. Can I actually do that? I can't. I don't have the space to add another one of these to, quote, fix this. What I want is these ones up here to favour running at 100% efficiency before this one even attempts to run. Given our constant demand, we can probably turn this one off auto balance and just have it on permanently. I would like to be able to get rid of that notification permanently. I do not need to know. We'll see if it's going to keep warning us. I think there is a way that we can... hidden alerts. I just want to get rid of it, I want to hide it. Now that one is a little bit more curious. I have noticed that this hasn't been running at all. Ah, that's why. There we go. That fixes that. Anyway, yeah, we've done a little bit of work between episodes. Mostly it's just been laying down some tracks, but more specifically, we've been designating areas to start digging. They've built them now. We're going to have a mining tower over here, which I'll populate, and we're going to start digging through that because once we get to construction, I'm probably going to beeline research, or the next tier of the research lab, and then go straight for the nuclear reactor. Because we do have a lot of uranium up here. And a nice large flat area once we get rid of the trees. So I've allocated that to start digging. This track over here has been planned. I am changing, doing pretty quick work on this. Good, they do have excavators. I'm changing these two, both this one and this one, ramps, so that they basically go flat, down, flat, down, flat, down, flat, down, so that I can get the trains to come up and down here on a yellow slope rather than a red one. And I've done that on both of those. We've allocated an area here for digging, which once these guys have done this, I'll tell them to do this bit. I've tweaked this bit, not that we're going to need it for a while. And likewise, I've done a similar smoothing out of the ramp here and reallocated all of that for digging as well. So that's that. We do need to... I hadn't figured out where we were going to put it yet, but it looks like we need to get it down sooner rather than later. We need to put down a fuel stop. Need to figure a place to put this. Can't really put it here because it's going to get dug out. And the resources are here, here, and here. Having it here would put it about central to all of those. Is that area flat? It says the area is flat. Okay, here it goes. And that's going to need a truck assigned to it. And then you can export to here and here. Okay, I think that did actually hide it. But is it going to hide it even when it comes back? That's going to be the next question. You're going to beep at me again? You're going to beep at me again. Fuck's sake, that's going to get irritating. I thought there was a way that you could configure alerts. I can mute all alerts, but I kind of want to be able to hear them. Some of them are important. Why do I feel like they added the ability to mute alerts beyond... Yeah, I know occasionally this is not going to be able to run. I am fine with that. Okay, we'll do it this way round. There, stop complaining. How much is this pipe going to be able to hold? Some. You have auto balance on. Consumption demand. It's 9 converted to 6 per, so that's 12. We are almost at the point where we could turn on this one permanently as well, but probably shouldn't at the moment. Well, at the very least, that shut it up. And in fact, in a second, we get to play with a new toy. I don't know where I'm going to use it. Is it probably underwater? There you are. Let's see. Water in, water out, steam out. Stored heat. Oh, there's one other change that I've made that I probably should note. I've reconfigured this to burn the coal first and foremost, because I was looking about and thinking about it, and our only source of oil is this. There are other small patches of oil on our map, but our only real source of oil is this thing. And the problem with that is it's going to run out eventually, and we'll have to start trading for it. However, we actually have all this coal here that we can still get. This massive batch of coal here that will probably last us forever. Another large portion of coal here, and another smallish portion of coal here. So we have plenty of coal around. So I couldn't see a reason not to keep using it, particularly if we're going to use the nuclear or the uranium for power in the near future. At that point, we're probably swapping over to arc furnaces, in which case we're going to be using even less coal. So, yeah, we've tweaked this to be burning more coal. It does, however, mean that the train, or trains delivering to here, I may need to extend this a little bit. So it can put down another, or empty out another container into here. You're empty, I think. Oh no, you're mostly digging away at the stone at the minute. Could use a bigger store rather than more diggers, but we are making more diggers. In fact, why is there a spare digger here? I thought I had allocated all the diggers that I was going to build. I did tell it to build another couple of diggers, but they should be in the back end of this. How did they end up at the front of this? No, there they are, yeah. So how have we ended up with a spare digger? I don't know, but we'll make use of it. To start making our way up there. We are going to need a fuel station over there eventually. Do I put it over there or do I put it up here? This is going to go fairly deep into here, and again this is fairly deep here. I think we put the fuel station over here. And then it can serve this. Hydrogen fuel station is out of fuel. That's fine. It's only just being constructed. We're going to borrow it because we want another one. Gonna want a tad more space here before we plonk this down, methinks. Or we could put it somewhere slightly more temporary. I prefer to put it there, but we're going to need it to, yeah, build that out, so that can wait a little bit. How's our use of rails going? We are making more. That probably means that we're eating into our steel. So, do we have a use for this thing at the moment? The available heat accumulated in this storage heat does not decay as long as the storage remains operational. My programmer-addled brain wants features that are definitely not part of this and probably not going to be part of this for a long while. What I'm thinking of is like, this would be useful to buffer, say, the output of things like the exhaust scrubber. So we can buffer low steam and then wait until the actual thermal storage is full, and then we could start outputting it all and use it to just power things and give us a nice smooth bit of power for a while. Which is a brilliant idea, only the game is absolutely not capable of that kind of configuration. No, unfortunately, circuit networks... Is it circuit networks in Factorio? Am I thinking of the right name? Don't exist. Okay, the sulfur has backed up. That's fine. I believe we were going to get another use for it soon. Or maybe it was acid that we're going to get another use for. Yeah, we're going to get another use, or more uses for acid, which is how we're going to make more sulfur. Did I set up, yes, an overflow for that? Really, I need to flip this around. Have this go through, or have this go through to here, and then the output come out to here. I don't think it would take too much to tweak how we've done this to do that. We would still need to bring it up and over. It would be workable, but for now we're not in any way, shape or form having problems with the amount of sulfur or acid that we have. Out of fuel. Yeah, no one's delivered to you yet. Extra trucks are being constructed. Accept only... Assign only no. We want to assign a truck so that it's continually filling all the fuel stations. How are you doing? Might be too much, but we'll see. They're out of fuel because one of these trucks will have it. The tree cutters got rid of last bits of tree that was preventing me from connecting that up. That is not what I wanted you to do yet. There we go. It's an interesting path they're taking. I suppose technically it is shorter because they can come straight away across here. Hey, you don't need 5. I'm guessing that means that... Oh, they haven't quite finished dumping here yet. So I'm not sure why that one felt they need to go all the way over there. Where's the other one? It must have gone to get fuel. Which is problematic because it's used half of its fuel to get back here. And that's fine. Problem will be fixed once this thing has got its hydrogen. How almost done are you with this ramp? You've got a bit left to go. And then you're going to have to find somewhere to put your dirt. Probably over here is where they're going to deliver it, which is fine. That works. Speed things up. Let's see. No mining designation. That was sudden and out of nowhere. 1 second, let me check my phone. Yep, phone says lightning. That was fucking nearby. Did you guys hear that? I think we're having headphones, I'm sure as hell heard it. Right, so yeah, you've done, that's fine. You just need more mining designations. Now the game is imitating reality. Do I need... I could allow them to dig this bit out as well. There is a little bit more over here. There's a fair bit more over here. We just don't need them to do this bit first. So for now, they can actually just go ahead and... There you go. Plenty of limestone. How open is that window? The rain's not coming in that direction. 1 second. I just need to make sure it's not raining into the house. No, it's fine. Window isn't open enough for rain to come in, and the rain's not coming from that direction anyway. Right. Good. We are starting to restockpile that. I think we still tell it to prioritize the fuel gas, and then we can use these as emergency once everything is back up again. Right, excavator has no fuel, that's fine. No compatible salts in the plant. Rock, dirt, copper. Strange. Is it just because the copper's full? It doesn't usually warn you on that account. I don't think they had slag in them or anything. Rock, dirt, copper, ore. Oh, hang on. Boop. It's because we unassigned it from actual digging duties. To try and reclaim it. Okay, got some slag in here. I assume that's because... Yep, we need dirt. What are you moaning about? Vehicle can't reach loose storage. Have they really broken that ramp? They have broken the ramp. In that case, let's be a wee bit more specific. So the vehicles at least have a way to get up and down. The trucks that are down here have plenty of places they can dump their stuff. Okay. They can find a way around. Not a big deal. Okay, let's start prepping. We don't have access to the large crusher yet. We do have sand and limestone being delivered to where the copper and the iron is being produced. These are just flat upgrades. Technically all of these are flat upgrades. That may be a new type of building. Yeah, it's going to have an extra additional input. And we're also going to have the problem that the sand and the quartz is delivered to over to here. So we need to bring this all the way over to here. And we have kind of blocked off all routes to be able to do that. I could have a temporary train station. I mean, no, actually no. The sand which goes to the copper isn't the problem, it's the limestone. I could add a temporary train station to allow it to drop off limestone, but the route in here isn't going to be conducive to that. Okay, you absolutely need an additional... I didn't realize you had 3 diggers. Yeah, 3's fine here. That's keeping up just okay. Bigger issue is more that we need another excavator rather than more trucks. And that's keeping up just fine. So how do we get the limestone to here? I think it may just be that we're just going to have to consider this area, basically everything above this line here, as stuff we're just going to tear up and replace. Because what we will eventually need to do is add a full circular to here so that we can get in the raw resources from further away in a more efficient manner. Because we're going to need somewhere to drop off copper, we're going to need somewhere to drop off iron. We could still keep using this for coal, but we're going to need more trains to deal with the distances. Although if there's an arc furnace, or if we upgrade to the arc furnaces, then that's not going to be a concern. Get nuclear reactors, then conveyor belts and arc furnaces, so do this line. CO2 recycling gives us another way to get graphite rods. And that reminds me. I know. Do we actually have... We have the workers that we can load our ship now. Go exploring. We'll see whether or not you need bigger guns later. For the sake of temporarily fixing this. Wait, why are you struggling to reach your destination? Ah, right, yeah, because you want to get up to the top to dig down. That's fine. These will hopefully resolve that problem. Train line over there is done. You are finished outputting train tracks, so let's build another chunk of this. Keep them moving. Issue an upgrade for another one of those. Are we actually losing corn over the long distance? Have to keep an eye on that. It says it's going down. It says without wood, but actually no, that doesn't make sense. The tree cutters are over here, and if they can't actually get the wood anywhere, at least the tree cutters should be over here. There they are. Yep, they're waiting for their trucks. They already have 3 apiece, though. I thought I had... Ah, I see. Interesting. So yeah, there's an additional 8 trucks that this will need to solve, but it's not going to do them until this queue is finished. That's fine, that works okay. Oops, I didn't mean to delete that. I wanted to know whether or not... we actually succeeded. No, we're going to lose this. We need bigger guns. But at least we can see what's here. So there's treasure there. Bauxite quarry here. That information is useful to have. So yeah, we are going to need bigger guns. In that case, we'll add that to the back end of our queue. There is... okay, that's saying that there's something new in here. There is not anything new in here. Interesting, never mind. Oh, the basic blast furnace doesn't actually take any maintenance. Yeah, that has an extra input on it. So, that's not quite half as much coal. Oops. Yeah, arc furnaces are definitely better for recycling scrap, at least. Or something accidentally tries to build that. How big is this? Very sizable. For iron, that's not a problem. It can just go here. And then pipe this in. Theoretically, what is my iron consumption? 60, 120, 180. Not that these can run those recipes. So you would be set for this. Yeah, they are drop-in replacements. The extra upgrade slot is on the, or the extra slot in it is on the side opposite the pipe. So that would always be here. We could just, I mean, how much limestone is it using? We could just have a truck delivering the limestone. We're using all the underground paths there. Can't really replace this with a bigger one, I don't think. Okay, we could. We could replace it, but we'd also still need to redo a bunch of the belts. If we bring the limestone over here, then we get a clean bridge. We just need to bring it down a bit. and then bring it over again here. So we can get limestone over. Okay, we got to the point where we're also getting some iron out of this. How to go about this upgrade? I mean, these bits are just flat upgrades. Do they just double capacity? Can we upgrade 3 of them and then turn off 2 of them? Same amount of workers. Doesn't require maintenance. Just doubles the speed. Requires a little bit of extra workers. Oh! Doesn't consume any more oxygen. So we upgrade those for now. We have the Unity. Let's just accelerate the matter. And then that gives us the equivalent throughput. Well, slightly reducing worker and maintenance usage. Curious as to whether this end looks any different. Why do they stutter? Those ones stutter, whereas this seemed still pretty smooth in terms of its operation. That's weird. Yeah, that's nice and smooth, but these ones stutter. Bizarre. Anyway, no place to dump products because the thingy's blocked. Okay, now that we have this route up and down again, let's just get these guys. It's wrong order. Could I also do that bit there? Let's wait until we got that bit there until we tell them to go after that bit. That mess looks done though. Let's check the working. That's what I wanted to see. Okay, so that's all good. Okay. Okay, let's fill it up with naphtha. In theory, that does make sense. This should fill up first, then this, then this. Then I think diesel should fill up next. And then these two. In fact, these three will, or these will start filling up at the same time. Okay, let's have a look. Limestone quantities are having problems. No, it should be fine. Oil is doing what oil always does. Steel is keeping up. Maybe. Okay. Now this we can reroute this way. We need to solve the limestone first. We're gonna need yeah, okay. That's limestone? That's limestone. My understanding is the limestone, or the height above this that we need is just 3. We don't actually need to go all the way up to 5, like we have been doing. Those two are side by side, so we will have to pull from here. Can we get this up to 3 before we reach the train track? No. And in fact, it does recognise the fact it needs to be 3 for the trains to get underneath it. So we would have to pull off from a different location. And we need to get sand over as well. Sand is a little bit easier in theory. Quite get it up to 4 there. And that just looks a mess. Okay, we can get sand up to 5 easily enough then. Doesn't need to be up at 5, but we can get it up at 5. And why is build planner mode still not on? It is on. Or did I just turn it on? When we mashing the button. There's no need to take it up to 5, so let's keep it at 4. And allocate it to come to there. Really, I would prefer to have the limestone on this side, given that the sand is going to the copper, and the limestones go into the I'm an idiot, I can just pull the limestone out of here. Let's pull from this one. And then I think... Oh, wait, it's trying to connect, that's why. Okay, there we go. Sand and limestone. Sand is on the lower belt and is coming into here, so that's not a problem. Let's figure out how the devil we're going to get limestone over to here. Without blocking off the road. It has to go over this road at a level of 5. Suppose we could quite literally just try and take it over here. And then bring it down and underneath that, but no, we need to go over the top of that at 5 as well. It's not going to be able to go that way, so we will have to route it this way around. And now we can bring it down. These are just generic splitters. Okay. So yeah, that brings the limestone over. Let's start upgrading. How much is it to upgrade one of these? Expensive. We only have enough to upgrade 1 or 2 of them at the moment. If we upgrade that, then we can turn off, say, that one. We're going to need... That's... Yep, U-shaped conveyor. That way round. Change the direction. Copy it. How was that anywhere near where I was clicking, game? No, we'll just take it from here. Okay. How much is one of these to build? 200. May have to give these a bit more speed. Are we actually using much in the way of yellows? No, not really. Is that belt? Yeah, the belt's basically empty. We'll pause it because some of the upgrades we're going to make are likely... Is that this one that's paused? Yeah. Nah, I should just leave it. We have some boosts available. Steel is a little bit of a problem, that's fine. Okay. Rather than taking that way, we shall have to take this way. That's a bizarre thing. Fair enough. Let's actually make that rerouting. I'll pause that and I'll tell them to build that so that we can empty out. Actually, no, we can just reverse the direction. Bring that into here. Because I can't really turn this around. If I want to unload this into here, I'm going to have trucks do it. How have you managed that? How? That would imply that this has run out of coal again. It has run out of coal again. Presumably because this is eating too much coal. And this must be out of coal as well. What the devil are you doing? The station's full. You know damn well that only one train can fit in that station. The station has a limit of 1. You should not have left your last station. That's strange and confusing. Because these are all going to have issues with fuel. Because of an issue we found a couple of days ago. Whereby stations don't respect the leave conditions assigned to them. Okay, do we have... Good. It is time we got another one of those up and running, given that we are now deliberately using more coal. Okay. Oh! You are actually not able to use the old recipes. I didn't realize that was the case. That being the case, we better hurry up and get this online, although we need way more materials to be able to actually do this upgrade properly. This will do fine here for now, I think. Oh, I didn't realize this. That's not quite how that was supposed to work. Toggle direction. Pause that. Let's clear that output so it's not going on that belt anymore, and we can get rid of what's on the belt, and then connect that into there. Good, clever trucks. For now I want to pause that. Because I need to get access to this belt. I need to reverse that. Because there's stuff on that belt that we can't currently process. Good, this belt is emptying. Okay, do not deliver to here. Also don't deliver to there for now. Okay, good. So we connect this to here and then flip the direction of that. Now that this belt is empty, we can remove it. We can then unpause this belt. And flip the direction of that belt. Rather than have all of this stuff get thrown back to the, speaking of, thrown back to here and having to deal with it from here. This will have reduced our total throughput of iron and steel, but hopefully that's not... We are running out. Hopefully it's not going to cause us any long-term problems. Still haven't quite got rid of all of that, but this bit's empty now. Right, now we're waiting on this to be empty, and hopefully by the time, or when it's empty, we have enough resources to bring another one of these up to upgraded. Because if we don't, we are absolutely not going to be making sufficient enough iron. Let's temporarily pause some additional points of consumption. Gonna need that online again soon. They're fine. This is keeping up, more or less. Okay, it's empty. Now we need the belt to be, or the belts to be empty. Is there a reason to run the scrap through this? It is more coal efficient than the previous version is. And it's going to take us a while to get arc furnaces. We can now upgrade our mixers when we need to. I don't believe we get any new recipes for that. We just get faster versions of what we already have. Yeah. Which will... they're worth upgrading because we can get back some maintenance use and things. Can I run biomass through here? No, that's a slight problem. We are consuming the top one first. At this point, it's actually not an issue with our fertiliser consumption. It's an issue with our ability to consume organic fertiliser. Let's cause this back up. We have some unity to burn. We may as well burn it. Okay, they're all empty. Right, you now store crushed iron. And you upgrade. Because now we are most definitely iron starved. And temporarily stop research production and vehicle part production. So all resources can go into producing additional parts. Once we've got two of this second one up, then our capacity is roughly where it was previously. Our capacity will be roughly where it was previously. How's copper? Copper's fine. Wood's a slight problem, but not that big of an issue. Okay, good. We can rip out this belt. And this belt. And this belt. And then unpause this belt. I'll allow you to be delivered to manually, but not from here. We shall remove this recipe, move that recipe, because that will hopefully get rid of the extra resources in them. Interesting. We never assigned. Why does this not have any assigns? Import from there. Export to there. Yes, only accept it from there. And then let's turn these ones back on. I don't want these ones dumping over there. The whole point of me turning this on first is so that we could empty this first. Okay, there we go. That should hopefully bring production roughly back in line if I actually turn that around and copy the settings over. Okay, and then what we can do is give them a boost. Although it's not going to be able to run at full speed. And then if we upgrade one more, then that should be sufficient to put us back to where we were in terms of our consumption. In fact, 2 of these overclocked is enough for one of those. So it's 4 of these to 1 of these. will be our limit. Just use all the fertiliser. We actually do now need to start getting rid of it. Consuming the biomass first. Although, if we do get to a point where we have excess, we can always... they've still not got around to there. Well, that at least has coal left in it. Which other train is out of fuel? For fuck's sake! It's done it again. Why has it done that? I bet I know why that's done that. What's happened here is this train is trying to leave the station. So it started leaving the station and then ran out of fuel. And because of that, this train thought this station was free. So I need you to back up onto there. And I'm probably going to have to temporarily fudge the track. What train? I'm trying to change it to bi-directional. These need some work. It's early access. We can forgive them. There's no train. Pause all trains. There you go. There's now no train trying to come to this track. There is no train trying to come to this track. There's no train on it. All trains are currently paused. There is no reason you should stop me from reassigning this. Thank you. Now you back up to here. You leave first. Pause. You're fully braking. This shouldn't be an exclusive zone. I don't know why this section here is considered an exclusive zone. I know why all of this is considered an exclusive zone. Okay. You shouldn't need fuel, so you can start making your way to your next station. You're now blocking here, so you can now start making your way to the next station. And you can start making your way to the next station. To be fair, there is a train currently wanting to come down this path. Okay. Okay, temporarily fixed. Having a lot of scrap is a good problem to have. Okay. Let's turn our overclocks on this off. And turn this lot back on. Gonna need that on as well. And then we will tell this to upgrade. Can I copy settings from here to there? And will it pay attention to the recipe change once the upgrade is finished? Don't know. Let's also upgrade those. And we will want to upgrade these as well. But I'll wait for them to do the upgrades. We've already set them first before they start working on that. Okay, hasn't quite caught up. And you're currently digging in places that there isn't much copper there, just a little bit of copper. How's our works over here going? Are you really not able to? No, those two don't want to be dug. Okay. They are doing the job we assigned to them. As are these guys. This lot's all done. We need this. Can we put you over here yet? That's all good. Should give everything a reasonable means to get around. How are you doing, diggers? Is there even a digger still assigned to this? There is. You were going to get fuel is what you were doing. But here's a better question. Why were you never upgraded? Guess we just missed it. This thing can service the solitary digger that is doing the earthworks over here, which is basically almost done. This was the last, or these two areas are the last to flatten. We will probably flatten out this bit next, but I might not bother doing that until we actually need the space for trees. At the minute we don't need the space for trees. Okay. I think if we dig any closer to this wall, then we lose the wall. So we may need to push the wall out a bit. Or just accept that we're not going to get all the coal. Although that said, there is no coal in this wall. Oh, is there? No, there is a slight bit of coal there. But yeah, if we dig that out, then that's going to collapse. This bit we don't mind because we've actually got a fair bit of area to play with. This only needs to really be that big, but I think we'll have it this big. Okay. So yeah, that's just going to take a while to get to, just because of resource consumption, although now that we've toned these down, shouldn't be as much of a problem. Not going to be able to upgrade these for a while. Let's speed things up. I did have all of these nicely allocated things, but I don't think we're ever going to need to use them. Particularly if we're going to, yeah. So let's remove all of those. Be careful where I'm clicking, so we don't accidentally remove something we're not. Now how did you manage to do that? Devs, can you stop removing these pipe connectors when the pipe changes? If the pipe connector is there, leave it. I don't care if it's more efficient for it to have... I don't care if it's more efficient for it to just have a single pipe going through. Stop removing the pipe connectors. Because what you just did there was disconnect the pipe even though I didn't remove any part of that pipe. Just because the connection was gone. Okay. That bit can all go. That bit can go. That bit can go, and that bit can go. I want the space for the arc furnace. Okay. Are you the excavator that requires... No, you should have a truck assigned to you. Allow any vehicle to refuel here. Oh. The station doesn't have a truck assigned to it. That's the problem. Except only assigned. We apparently failed to configure that thing whenever we put it down. Okay, you will have an assigned truck. That's better. They're making their way around. So the reason I specifically did this bit first was to try and get these diggers so they are ready to start climbing their way up here, so that I can then get the diggers to immediately just dump everything right here. That's the plan. Okay. You are not repaired because we are out of steel. It's being worked on. Okay. I assume we're going to be entirely out of iron. In fact, we are now out of iron. It's a good job I checked it. And we've no reason for... No, trucks can export from there. This doesn't need to import or export anymore. Okay, now we need to do a similar sort of thing over here. Large crusher. Ah, blast. We can make it work, but we're going to need to tear this down for now. Might as well take the entire thing down for the time being, if we're going to have to reroute it. Okay, we have a slag thing in the way, so loose U-shape. Go up to invert, copy, paste, paste. Borrow you. Yep, small amount of sand. There's our sand belts. That's that. You know, by the time we get to building this, I'm just placing this here so that we can copy the configuration from it. By the time we get around to building that, we're going to have arc furnaces as well. Okay, and I think we also don't need this expansion here. Okay. Just going to try and grab that, which is not what we want. Nope, not that far. Undo button, please. Undo. There, that's the section I was trying to grab. Okay. Have you severed any connections you're not supposed to? No. Good. That's all of that. That's the coal line as well. There we go, that's that bit cleaned up. And what we'll end up doing is we'll put an arc furnace here to handle recycling. What we're going to need to do is disconnect this here and bring the recycling out here and bring it up and over. So that's fine. This is really struggling at the minute. Is that because we don't have enough iron? Yeah, that's because iron, specifically iron, is problematic at the moment. I think what speed this is. Maximum throughput is 120. I think... Yeah, no, that's fine. If it's just 2 on either side, which is probably what it's going to be. I might remove the one on the left. And then we can use this as when we need more. And put the arc furnace here, because then that's on this side. Yeah, okay, let's disassemble this one. Okay, that gives us space there. How about trains doing for fuel? Are they actually getting to refuel? I suppose the easiest way to check is, does the refuel station have fuel? It does. Good. This thing is running as fast as it can. Yeah, it's because they're digging out that bit there. Which has some coal in, but not much. Oh no, that's a... Is that a shadow or is that coal? I could see this being either a shadow or coal. I'm not entirely sure whether it's a shadow or coal. I suppose the easiest point to check is going to be here. This is coal. Yeah, that's just a shadow. Okay, so there isn't actually any coal there. So that's fine. We don't need to consider mining that bit. Don't suppose I can overclock this? No. We need a bigger temp or a bigger bucket to store coal in. God damn you, it upgraded the wrong thing first. It upgraded the cheapest thing first. I should have seen that coming. Okay, are you out of spots to mine? Yeah, you don't need to mine this, there's nothing there. You can mine out this bit here, there's a tiny bit here. Let's just waste a few spare resources. First things first, let's cut that off. Cut this off to the bridge. Shift it. Connect this here. Yeah, put that into there. Bring this to here. Bring this to here, up to 5. Take it over. Bring it back down. And that can be built as and when it needs it. No point building this yet because we need to get one of these upgraded first. We can, however, now activate these. Okay. These are starting to back up. That's fine. I'm getting the feeling that this entire setup is going to get redesigned again when we get access to the next tier of power buildings. Where were they? They're here. That doesn't include new boilers, does it? No. I'm assuming we don't get bigger boilers from anything. Super pressure turbine. She isn't here. Where does... Is super pressure specifically nuclear? No. Oh, it's all the way over here. And the only way to make it is with electricity? That can't be right. That cannot be right. No, fast breeder reactor. From core fuel. So there is a proper way of making it. So yeah, superheated is way in the future. So yeah, this section here is almost certainly going to get an entire redesign again. Excellent, you're done. Well, first things first, let's clear this space out. And then... you may as well do that bit next. I think it's just the bush that's going across all four of them. Do I want to get one more slot out of this? I need to be mindful that the coal does come around. So yeah, we are going to need to chip out at least this bit here. So let's not get them to dig too deeply into this just yet. Because we're going to need to protect this from a landslide from while we're trying to get that coal over there. Okay. You've given me an alert. Not enough fuel to refuel a vehicle, but you're not taking me to where that alert is coming from. You can absolutely see, if you can make your way to there, you can make your way over this bit. Don't make me recover you. You absolutely have a path. There's no way that that is too steep. How'd you even get there in the first place? The only way you could have got yourself stuck is if you somehow dumped stuff there. No, the only way you could have got there is if you drove there. Silly machinery. Okay. More space there. Expand this out here. Expand the ramp out. Actually, I should think about that. Twain. I don't have a digger here yet. I'm thinking whether or not to have this slope also be staggered, staired, so that we don't have to have a steep train incline. Because there's going to be a coal train here, and it's going to be heavy. Well, that'll do for now, but that means we're going to have to... We'll probably allocate the diggers assigned to here to do this. Actually, no, the diggers that are assigned to this over here can do it. That will do. I don't think we should be... we are going to clip into a little bit of the iron when they start mining that. So I do need to make sure... Oh, we already did. That this can handle iron and coal. And that, yeah, vehicles can export from it. Okay, that's all fine. Okay, and now it's handling the auto upgrades for some of the remaining trucks. Excavators, upgrade to those, do them all. Okay, that's what I like to see. And now that you have a little bit of spare resources built up, let's just get this corner. Why not? It's full of copper. It'll be fine. Okay, that's all good. Still waiting on this to get the last bit of the last few resources so it can be upgraded. Let's overclock this as well. The belt can't feed them fast enough to run them at full overclock, but it'll help. Okay, we do actually have access to the arc furnace now. And apparently... right, yes, the upgraded mixer. Blast furnace, arc furnace. Okay. The only thing I want this to run at the moment would be this. Basically the same footprint. Okay, this upgrades to an arc furnace. That does make a degree of sense. No real point upgrading these, I don't think. I suppose the bigger one uses less coal to make the same amount of resources. Although I'm looking at the wrong thing. There we go. Yep. So it would make sense to upgrade them. Or at least one of them. Although at the minute glass isn't a problem. And then put an arc furnace here. Just to reduce coal consumption, if nothing else. Right. We need to be making graphene. Which is coal and chlorine. Producing sour water in a chemical plant. Coal, chlorine, we don't have a sour water pipe here. Yeah, there's the sour water pipe. I assume... Yep. Yeah, we'll build, if we need more than one of them, we'll build them in this area here. This seems perfectly reasonable. Okay, in which case we need coal from there. This pipe doesn't currently, or this doesn't currently have a pipe coming out of it anywhere. Excellent, we can bring that over the top. Coal and chlorine. That's the output. Again, there's no point me issuing the build command for this until we actually have some resources back. Sour water is only a relatively small amount. Let's bring that. I'm going to take it all the way up to 5 here. That is one hell of a blockage. I think for this to even remotely work, okay, no, we're going to need to go down to 2. That'll have to do. We can build the pipework because all of this is lower tier materials. We can do these as well. I don't think we can build this. Yep, not yet. And there's no point. And we're going to need graphene on both sides of this. Do I just have... I mean, we don't need much of it. I'll have the graphene manually delivered. I think. And actually, we was going to put this on the other side so that... it had direct access to the scrap. How much scrap are we actually making? Is one of these enough? Total consumption, total production. We're either going to need to have 2 of them or overclock them. We are only just making enough to be able to actually get rid of it. Is it actually even worth it at this point? Do I, or is it better I just wait for Arc Furnace 2, which are more power efficient? Excuse me, because we're using 4.5. Coal to do this. Ah yes, power reduction. That brings it down to no, that math is wrong. It's because you multiply by 6. 2.4 megawatts. 2.4 megawatts from 4.5 coal. Call it 5 coal. No, that's still not efficient enough. It's still going to consume way more power than... Because we're powered off coal now. We've tweaked things around where most of our power is coming from coal. So in terms of actual consumption of coal, and given the fact that you need to make the graphite rods, then this is still more power hungry in terms of coal than it would be without. So it's not worth it until we can get Arc Furnace 2. And at that point, we probably move away from using coal for our furnaces. It's not like the arc furnaces get us more resources out of it. It's just literally using a different type of power. It uses electrical power rather than coal power to heat things. And if you have sufficient energy that isn't made from coal, then it's reasonable to do. But yeah, most of our energy currently comes from coal. So even with that power reduction, this isn't worth it. Fair enough. Duly noted. Oh, these guys are done. Wonderful. That means in theory we can now, if we did everything correctly... Oh, they are done, but they are not done. They've done half. And I may have brought these too far down. Shouldn't this... No, that line is right. Okay. So we bring this to here. That's what I was worried about. Maybe if we do it from this side, we'll get a better result. Nah, it needs more room. It needs more room to be able to slope up unless we allow it to use steeper. So what is the angle this is working on then? Oh wait, no, I forgot. We didn't actually do the entire thing. There's a bit in the middle that we left out. So it is, I am right with how that's supposed to work. The problem is that we didn't actually make the entire thing stepped, because I didn't want to do or dig out more than I had to. But if I don't want to move this and I want to have this kind of junction here, then I need to adjust the upper part of this. You are going the wrong direction. Let's try this again. Flat. Up. Flat. Up. Flat. Up. Flat. Up. Etc. 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 Okay, and everything else can still get up and down on that bit. Right, that'll fix that steadily. Have you guys been making any headway? You have. You're focusing on nearest area to you. How much have the cutters got? Woodcutters are trying to keep up. We have plenty of wood. Yeah, okay. What's our food situation? It's fine. Oh, we have 200 spare workers. That's nice to have. Okay. Oh, we got plastics. Polymerization plant. We're going to get an upgraded rubber maker soon, aren't we? I feel like that there is a bigger version of that and it's not too far off. I'm sure there's a slightly better rubber maker. Apparently not. We very well may need more rubber though. in the not too distant future. So I think we need to keep this space here to expand these out, although one of them's paused. It's only used to make electronics. We do need a decent amount of electronics. Okay, we'll leave the space. So we'll put this here instead. Interesting that that can have either chlorine or naphtha. We are bringing naphtha over to these, so we can bring a naphtha pipe. We'll have to bring it beside this, into there. Chlorine we can bring in from there. This is going to produce 36 for each one of these. There's no upgraded version of them. Smacks are going to cost us 3 plastics. Disinfectant's going to cost us 3. PCBs are going to cost us 6. 6 there, 2 there. This is going to be the main consumption of it. 6 to 6. Three per one of those. Okay, we're not going to need 2 immediately, but we're almost certainly going to need 2. Hey, it can be done. In fact, why do that way when I can bring it to here? Go 3, go down, and do that. It's marginally cleaner. Okay, single one of these as an output works fine. Let's just bring it underneath this. I don't know why I went up to 5 there. No real need for the sulfur to be that high. Don't I have an exhaust somewhere around here that I can connect to? Ah, it's there. Okay. I may as well connect it into there. How tall are you off the ground? 3. Which does bring it underneath that. Okay, that works fine. In fact, why take it over to there when I can just bring it over to here and connect it into that? And then upgrade that one. Okay, what kind of container do I need for plastics? They look loose. They look like they should be loose. Because it looks like it's plastic granules rather than actual solid plastics, but nope. They must come in bags. Actually, given the fact that we may end up duplicating this building, let's bring this over to here. These are 36 apiece. We're only making one lot of them for the time being, so needs more construction part ones. Okay, good. Let's see if we can't get a bit more out. So that's also been upgraded. That's stockpiling. I think this is configured to prioritize output into steel. Yeah, that's fine and expected and perfectly good. How much do these cost to upgrade? Oh, if I had known they were the cheaper material, I would have upgraded them sooner. Because then I could just pause one of those, and that gives us 6. Because these just take people. 2 people, period. Everything else is keeping up just fine. Okay, the next thing to build is the crusher and to upgrade one of these. We should wait until we actually have the materials. We're not wanting the copper currently. Oh, did we not get an electrolyzer upgrade? We did not. So, in theory, we just need 3 of these upgraded, and that will power 3 of those. That being the case, let's pause that one, and that one, and upgrade that one, and that one. backed up on electronics as well. We probably should upgrade that belt at this point. Same goes for this one and this one. I think I already upgraded my scrap input belt, yes. Let's just make sure all of this stuff is okay. That's fine, that's fine. Good. We're taking them out by one full truckload, which is what we expect. This okay? Water input is fine, waste output is fine. Waste conversion is fine. Digesters are... okay, they're not overloaded. That's not, strictly speaking, what we want to see. Interesting though, is that not full? Ah, I bet this isn't configured to burn naphtha. In theory, it shouldn't matter if these back up or not. This is here for emergency power. What I would like to do though is burn this stuff if we have it. So I might tweak the piping of this temporarily so that I can just connect this one up directly to this tank. Because that tank is getting imported from... where is it called? From the digesters. Trucks aren't overloaded, so I'm not worried about that. No available designations. Oop, that is going to very quickly become a problem. They are doing too good a job. I see coal here. Here, 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 and here. That's all coal. That's all coal. Sand-wise, we're okay. Give it a spare digger. I think that is our last spare digger. Yeah. We have now caught up. In theory, we should have no more diesel vehicles. Disable logistics for newly placed buildings machines. Ah, yeah, no, that's fine. Oh, you don't have a recipe set, no wonder. That's why we wasn't getting an improved throughput. Okay, so plastic was very easy to sort. The next thing is going to be, it's the silicone that I'm more concerned about. This has to be made in an arc furnace. sand, coal, graphite. It's molten silicon. Molten silicon plus hydrogen is silicon poly. Then glass, plastic, and copper is PCB. PCB, electronics, and silicon poly is electronics. We need 2 of these for 1 of these. 1 of these can provide 4 of these, 3 of these. 1 of these provides 2 of those. Okay, it's not as bad as it first seems, but we still need to find somewhere to put the damn thing. The sand comes in over here. We have space here we can use. Yoink. But vehicles can't get to here. There is no easy path for a vehicle to get to that building. We need 1 of those. We don't need to build them to supply 2 of the others. And then they're going to go to... These have to be assembly 3s. 1 of these supplied by 2 inputs. Theoretically, the entire system will be capable of running that of a single arc furnace. Not that we'd ever want to do that, because shortly after we get this, we get construction 4. So we just build a better assembler. Wait, but do we actually get a better assembler? We don't. Where's the next assembler then? Data sender, there's assembler 4. Okay, it's actually going to be a long while before we get to upgrade assembler 3. We haven't paused, have we? No, okay. That recipe requires coal. So yeah, it's 1 to 2. Oh, I've got these backwards. We have the right numbers, it's just I'm feeding them the wrong way round. They go that way round. Do they? Yes, yes they do. These get 12 PCBs. So yeah, 3 of these would feed into 6 of these. 6 of these will be supplied from that. So this is the correct number for maximum output. Not that we're going to build it, but that's what it will have to be. These are used all over the place. 1 of these will supply 2 lots of construction parts. Also needed for office supplies, household appliances, lab equipment and vehicle parts. They're just direct upgrades. That's 1 to 1, it's 2 to 1. Maintenance deposit 2 will then use these instead of standard electronics to produce maintenance 2. Does that mean I need to have a separate type of maintenance depot? Can maintenance 2 supply maintenance 1? Office buildings require maintenance 2. If that's going to be the case, then that's going to start becoming a bit of a pain. Yeah, maintenance 1. I guess we'll find out when we actually unlock maintenance 2. If these buildings can also be repaired with maintenance 2, then it will give the amount in here as to how much it's going to take. But that would mean that we'd need to increase our production of maintenance parts. Although, actually no, the maintenance 2 requires less mechanical parts. But effectively twice as much electronics. Still not sure where I'm going to put it. We could use more space is what we could use. No. It can't go on this side, as much as I would love to put it on this side. It can't be serviced. Because the trains can't get, or the vehicles can't get to it. I could edit this track here so that it's a ramp. That would allow trucks to get underneath to deliver to it though, in that case. Are we out of coal again? No, we have coal. Why do these not appear to be running? Out of hydrogen? How? Why? How did... I reconnected that! I explicitly reconnected that! I know damn well I reconnected it! Now it's put a random extra stanchion there. Come on! That makes no bloody sense. Okay, there we go. These are full again. One is we got no places to dump products. Okay, we need more trucks. How many do we have that are unallocated? Let's bring it up to 90. So 5, 6, 7, 8. And let's just get one of them going now. We were in the middle of something before we got distracted. Thankfully, it wasn't a dire thing for us to get sorted. We take this, and we actually want that as a big pipe. Connect that directly into there. And we take... This doesn't need to be a big pipe. Doesn't need to be a tier 2 one. Actually, that is on the ground. Oh yeah, that is on the ground level. Okay, then that's fine. I thought I'd actually had that raised up off the ground, but no, it's not. Very sure. Oh no, the water isn't on this line. But what we probably want... Let's put a pipe balancer down on the ground level. This is going to take priority input from here. Okay. So that'll now allow this to be run specifically from this tank, and this tank is fed from the digester over here, which is now starting to have problems for not having an output. Or more accurately, that we probably need another one of these online. And one of these can probably do with being upgraded. All of these are producing the same thing, just on, yeah, slightly different rotations. Actually, let's upgrade the one making potatoes and corn first. Can I cancel that upgrade? Because chips. Snacks. We can make snacks soon. Did you get repaired? You did. Okay. They all have hostiles on them. If we head to there, then it doesn't matter which one we go to. When we get to here, we'll then be able to see what's on those. I think we already queued up. Yeah, weapons is next. Might as well queue up construction afterwards. Oh no, we need to actually have made some PCBs before we can queue up construction. That's a pain. So we do need to figure out what we're going to do about this. That is a fairly significant wall of stuff, although we can just take something straight underneath it. How much room do I need to bring a train up 2 levels? Steep as you like. Okay. It only needs to be up 2 levels to allow a vehicle to get underneath it. And that would allow us to break this line here, give these vehicles the ability to get underneath the train to deliver to something over here. So that's how we can get whatchamathingies over there. You don't need this track currently. So let's cut this to here. Everything is busy, so let's just immediately pull all that. Cut this. Did we give ourselves enough room? It goes there. Is the... Let's prevent blocking. What I don't want it to do is currently try to connect. Yeah, it says it's having an issue because it needs to get rid of all of that first. We could go up 1 higher, but trucks can get underneath that, so it's not like they need to. Oh, you're actually building this. Actually, that makes sense. Tear it down from here and immediately put it into here. I kind of need this gone, though. Let's get rid of this bit, because that will at least allow us to see whether or not... Or at least see where the corner needs to be. Okay. So yeah, that'll give vehicles the option to go under here, which means sand is already here. Coal is also nearby. I don't think the coal currently comes this way. No. There's the sand. Okay. Yeah, we can bring the coal along that line. We need to bring it up and down a bit, but it'll go. We need to take it from here. To here. To over here. So yeah, that'll work. Okay, we have a slag belt there. Exhaust can just go straight into that. And we're going to need a storage for graphite. Shouldn't need much. I'm gonna keep 40 in here. Actually, 60, because that's one full truckload. Okay. Silicone mixer. This is a tiny little thing. That's water output. This is hydrogen. So bring that over to here. What's the actual output of this? Cut, mirror, paste. Can't bring this online yet because we don't have the materials for it. At the very least we can bring this bit online. We needn't have actually copied all of those, we just need these for now. Glass and copper are there. Plastic needs to be imported. Electronics are on the other side. Silicon poly is there. Trying to work out if it makes sense to put it down here somewhere. Or to put it somewhere over here. The upgrade of all 3 of these is going to need it. These are used for office supplies, but we're going to make office supplies over there, so that's not a concern. Are both of these online and running? Why are you not running? Oh! By the time we would need to double our population again to fully use 17.4. 16. Yeah, we would need to double our population again in order to be in a situation where that isn't enough. So we needed like 3,000 population at least. That's a ways off. All of these ones full now. Oh yeah, my entire population is full. That's caught up. Did we get a better digester at some point? No, we just need to build more overclock. We are, however, still burning this. Why? Ah, right, yeah, because these. No! Stupid thing. That is kind of an irritating that it doesn't... It's not a raycast. Or is it a raycast? It doesn't always select the thing my mouse is over. Oh, that thing can be boosted. Let's get that out the way. Connect that. Build that immediately. There we go. This should now be constantly running predominantly from here. which will allow them to empty the one over there. But it also is going to sip some resources from this line here as well. Unless I disconnect it. Interesting that this is now taking precedence. Oh, the exhaust is full. You're out of sulfur. Nope. Ah, you're clogged up with steam. I may just have to vent that steam, at least for now. Although that said, so long as it's predominantly just using this thing, that's not a terrible problem. We'll have to keep an eye on it. We've reached our break time. Okay. There. Should have deleted the other one first because I'm just using these as alignments. Okay, they can go here. We already have glass there. We will need to bring copper over. We need to deliver plastic. I may just tell it to deliver plastic to nearby. Actually, no. This one is allowed to input from there. It's just not allowed to export. This doesn't want anything importing or exporting. Although, nah. We already set it up this way, so that's fine. Same with this. Although, haven't figured out how we're going to get this from here all the way to the other side of the factory yet. Problem for after tea. What have these been spent on? I assume production hasn't been non-existent. No, we've still been making them. So what was that construction for? Ah, right, the greenhouse. Okay, let's turn these off. This has now caught up, and that's the equivalent of 6 of them running, whereas previously we just had the 5. So we should be fine to leave that off. And let us regain some unity. They've been upgraded. These are waiting upgrades. I could nom more resources. But for now, I think we'll just allow things to recover during our break, and we'll go from there. And yeah, we need to hook up our electronics. I don't think we need to store electronics for any reason. Can't see a reason to want to... Ah no, we will need to store it. We're going to need a new location to store it because we filled in this area here. We're probably going to have to tear down all of this eventually. Are we out of copper? We're out of copper. Interesting. I don't know why those lines are gone. That's supposed to be a task you worked on later. Get back to getting this stuff. This is all fine. There is a small amount of copper in here. It was mostly just I wanted to square the area off for no good reason. Right, we're getting distracted. We're always getting distracted. Out of curiosity, that needs 160. Those only need 20. Makes sense, they're small buildings. We're not building those, they're just there for alignment's sake. That needs 40. That needs 100. So we need about 300. Once we have 300, we can bring this lot online. Okay, right. Because I want to be keeping an eye on this lot, we'll leave the camera here. It is time I took my break, so... yeah, we still need to get this online. It's time we took our break, so I'll go do that. I didn't disable that. So I'll go do that, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes, I think, this time. So I'll see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Okay, they did move to the nearby one. Oh, good. One of them is actually continuing to nibble away at the back there. Let's give the copper mine an extra one. We are about to increase the amount of copper we're using. But that's thrown a scupper into everything because without copper it couldn't make these, and without those we can't build the things that we're trying to build. Let me copy that. Plonk that there. Huh? It's because the directions are technically incorrectly set on them. Oh. And also that we apparently forgot to build a small part of it. There we go. Now these two should connect. There we go. Good, good. Build. We want to strip out this bit here. This is the exclusive zone. As is that bit there. Is it because there's a train in the way? Why do you keep turning your engines on? Okay. We want to set the exclusive zone to include that bit there, but not this bit here. I'm hoping that that will stop trains. Now, if they run out of fuel on this, then there's nothing we can do. It's just gonna cause that problem anyway. Okay, that's all fine, that's all fine, that's all fine. And I did leave a break there. We've left a break there, yes. Can't adjust the exclusive zone of this until that train is gone. And that train isn't going to leave until it's used the resources it has. Okay, copper is starting to catch back up. One, two, three, four, five, six. I think this is how big we were deliberately making the ramps. And that's obviously where we've allocated the drive line. I mean, these actually have pretty big internal storages in their own, don't they? The only reason we wanted to do this here is because we're going to use this for something else. We're going to make the office supplies here. So yeah, anything that's getting a direct delivery can be done there. So yeah, this is the length width that needs to be. I'm just thinking whether or not I need to protect this cliff face from being eroded anymore. How deep is the grass? 1, 2, 3. Okay. We can probably dig one level closer to this without it collapsing. We'll lose all the grass, but the stone should be okay to move a little bit closer. Probably not going to be able to get all the coal here, but that's fine. Those diggers are working good. I shouldn't have allocated the entire area of this. This area here, yes. But we need to still be able to get things up and down. So if we do that, then once these guys have... They're making pretty solid progress through there. Once they've got through here, then they can go over there and do that. They haven't quite filled out the area we've allocated, but that's fine. Let's allocate the rest of this bit. We are probably going to have to bring this little loop here out a bit further, because that's likely where the train line's going to go. And we're going to need the ability to have a station here for the coal, and then a station over here for the iron. How are you doing on your bit of the ramp? You're getting there, but you've got much further to go to dump your stuff. Nonetheless, they're making solid progress. Flattening of this is taking its time, though. Okay, that is configured how it's supposed to be. That is not, though. Configured correctly. Okay, that's fine. Can I tweak the configuration of this? No. You can also go... no, but yeah, we can't do it to those. Not yet, at least. Okay. There's our extra digger. Go to the copper. And 5. 4 and 6. 1 and 2. 1 and 2 is fine. 1 and 1. We can give you a second one. Try and speed this up. Two and 3. Reject single load. And yep, it's configured for that. In fact, we can assign a truck to this one. Okay, 200. Which do we want to make first? Can't research that until we actually have electronics. We're still looking to try and find fruit. This location has a groundwater well. I can't imagine importing water is remotely a good idea. What's our battle score? Well, I suppose it's a better idea. Okay, 260. 180. Just wondering whether or not... $210. Okay, we could do that. Cargo is overloaded. What's crude oil doing in here? Okay. Ooh. What do they sell? They'll buy diesel for bread, coal for sulfur, electronics for iron. Or at least they will do. Construction parts freeze for electronics. Construction parts for medical supplies. Import sludge for slag. I mean, if we ever get to a point where we don't have anywhere left to dump, but we can just continually try or flatten out everywhere, even into the oceans, so I don't think that's ever going to be a problem. But if it ever became a problem, we have a means to get rid of it. Okay, ship's weapons is ready. It can't currently unload. Out of curiosity. Okay, we can make that. That's simple enough. But we do need to unload some of this stuff first. How sand keeps getting into here, I do not know. Pause that. Pause that. Allow imports on that. Allow imports on that. Pause that. Allow imports here. Sand. What can I use as a dump for sand? that my vehicles can actually get to. Filter medium. We're making filter medium with something else then. Ah, yes, we're making it with gravel, with rock. So can't use filter medium to dump sand. Okay, a vehicle can get to these. Okay. Waste. Let's allow a vehicle to import to here. Allow vehicles to import to here. Hopefully then they'll pick up that. Crushed slag is used in here. So if we pause that, when do we get the next size concrete maker? Concrete mixer 3. These are 2, aren't they? Yes. So it's a while away. Wheat comes to here. Pause that. I don't think we're going to be able to get a vehicle to here. Maybe. They have a route along here and around. I pause the input there and do that. That'll let them get in. Lab equipment, it's easy enough to allow. Just pause these. Gonna have to try and remember which buildings we actually have done this to try and empty out this oil. Okay. You don't technically have a priority for which one you come out from, so let's pause these. And yeah, that's the one that already has, yeah, they're all allowed to input into there. So that'll allow that. That'll get rid of these. Getting rid of those already. Oh, given the fact that do we actually have to produce them or actually have them? Okay, total accumulated lifetime production. We actually need to make them. Duly noted. just because we're not planning on doing any of the other things, let's start getting some of these while we're waiting. Okay. Those I'm just going to delete. Okay, so we have the stuff we need to upgrade these, so let's get them online. We need those, we need these, we're going to need one of those. I think the one down south has a higher priority, doesn't it? Yeah. I may need to replace this bit with a balancer. Interesting. We've gone through our ammonia because we are out of sour water. So this problem is actually going to fix itself in time. Chicken farm doesn't have enough food. Good. They've grabbed that and they're moving it. So, unpause. Let me grab that building, pin it. Okay. Looks like the wheat has been picked up and delivered to somewhere at least. Looks like the biomass has also been delivered. Just look for belts that we've paused. Okay. Let's boost these again. Although we are out of ammonia, because all of this is full up now. We are trickle feeding the that from there, so that's fine. Okay. Plastics needs to be imported in. Glass we can bring from here. Copper is up there, so we need to import plastics. We can bring electronics over here. Do these have any other use? No, they don't. We need to bring them up to a height of 4. Okay, that way around. Okay, that's copper. And we may as well start an additional line of storage buildings. Where are they positioned? Okay. One over here. Okay, next we need electronics, which we can borrow from there. I think I don't really want to take it off of the other side of this. As you know, these are construction materials. I do want to take it off on the other side of that. We still have the room here for another one of these, though. I would prefer to do that, but I'm going to need to have, if I want to do that, I need to make a modification to this. We didn't leave that quite too long. Okay, this goes along here. It wants to go in the middle one, so it wants to go there. Bring that to here. Bring it up one. Let's get it over this. Bring it over. That's not quite how I wanted to do that. There we go, that's better. Now then. How do we get you over there? Hey. Okay, it is quite literally, it sometimes consumes it. I don't know how often that is, but sometimes. Okay, we need it for silicon poly for solar panels as well. And eventually for silicon wafers, but that's a long way off. We'll have improved the system by then. So we probably do want to store it somewhere. So we have the option to make solar panels out of it. Since it's a construction material, we'll allow it to go into there. If we want to get it out of here, do I want to take it underneath? I'll take it over and down. Yeah, we'll take it underneath. Now there, so it's out the way. We have to take it around and over. Yeah, we're not going to be able to take it underneath because we're not going to be able to get it low enough. We need to be down at 2, which will block the railway. What happens if we brought it down to 3 here? No, we'd still have to go around. Suppose we could use a conveyor lift to make this a little bit neater. Bring this back up to 4. Lock it in there. Lock that in there. This wants to be here. Up by 2. Then up by an additional 1. Ah, bollocks, I forgot about that. That needs clearance above it to work. Well, we can still make it work. We just have to do that instead. Disconnect this bit. And then connect that into there. Which will require that to be removed. And then that will connect in. And then we can borrow from here. The entire belt is going the wrong way. Invert a lot of it. Okay. But we're going to have to take this out and over down to here. That's a nice little way to do that. That pipe's gone up to 6, that one's gone up to 7. Although if we run it along there, it's quite happy to dip under a little. Oh, have we pinned it to the wrong location? We pinned it to the wrong location, that's why. Actually, no, we can't do that. Because the bridge is rising up over the top. We can't take this straight over the top of it. Nothing can go straight over the top of that. So we do need to bring it this way. Ducking underneath that is... Oh, there you go. It arcing over that is more reasonable. Did we actually accidentally put this in line with the thing that we're aiming for? Yes, yes we did. Happy little accidents. All right. Okay, that's well on its way, so let's also unpause this. These are all ready for upgrades, they just need the actual upgrades. We're overloaded on copper at the minute, so it works for me. So let's allocate that upgrade. That's probably about as much as we have the resources for at the moment. Let's give these things bigger guns. Okay, so that's circuits. Although we've not routed them out to anywhere yet. They do need to be stored somewhere. I was to copy this section here. And then remove some of this nonsense. Okay, so we're going to need one there. Let's copy from this one. This one here. Going to need these here. What are we going to do about more advanced maintenance? Actually, no, the more advanced maintenance just requires me to get the materials to the place that makes the maintenance. We do potentially want to store what's going to be the output of this and the output of this, which is why I'm kind of doing this. And that being the case, that will allow us to take an output from here to here. No plastics. No exhaust. No exhaust because you took the wrong upward angle. It's my fault for not checking. out against plastics. Okay, we do need to make some adjustments. We need those gone. In which case we may as well get rid of... Actually, no. That does need to be there, so yeah. This goes here. That's priority inputs. Load it instantly. In fact, it can't quite make it over that. And there's a pipe in the way there. So we need to bring this over and then down one, which isn't going to happen. Just thinking whether or not we can take this and feed it into here instead. We shouldn't be power starved. These can just kick on. It is still having an issue with this one, but all that should do is turn these off. Or stop these running for a moment while the exhaust is full. The exhaust has to back up all the way to here for that to happen. Which could also then turn off the exhaust for these. Okay, fine. There we go. That'll stop that from jamming. We have plastics. Producing 12, consuming 12, consuming 8. And we can't overclock this. In fact, we're just building a stockpile at the minute. There's no way we currently consume the full amount of all of this. No way at all. Okay, we should now be able to research this. Edicts was taking a while. Oh, right. That's why Edicts was taking a while. Oops. Any other things that are paused that shouldn't be paused? You take that and crush it. You haven't been upgraded yet because we still need the materials. That is fine. It's not like we're wanting for copper at the minute. You're all okay. Okay, so we don't need to turn this on yet. Thought I had the pipe balance to prioritize that. I do. Okay, you need more throughput then. I suppose it might need both of them running for it to be able to actually build inertia, given that this one is set to basically constantly consume. Transfer power to consumers stops if the accumulation hit power falls below this level. So I can't adjust that. Have it to transfer power once it's like up here. This is the very least is running at 100% efficiency. So yeah, it's fine. Or the job we want it to be doing is being done. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy for that to be a small one. Having that there is probably not the right place for it. Come to think. Because we have to remember that this might want to be expanded out. So let's bring these down by one. Let's bring these over. And in fact, Then I'll queue these up. And I'm going to need another location for maintenance depots. I'm going to assume they're going to be the same size, but we'll have to find out when they're done. Leave a little bit of space there. So we'll have them here. Scrap will have to come over into there, or let's move them a little bit away from the wall. Something closer to that. Given that we're fairly sure we need to use these in every single one of those, or will do. Okay. I don't think I'm ever going to increase the... actually, is there a higher tier science building? There is. Is it going to consume twice as much science? If it consumes twice as much science, then we have a problem. Or we just have to disable one of the science buildings. Well, we can still route these through here, so that's fine. That still works. These will have to cross over each other if we do it that way, so I think... we'll just do that way. Damn you. My fault, should have done it from this side. We know better. That's the way you get to do it nice and simply. Six to 3, 12 to 6. So we have a 4 and a 5. But the 4 is all the way over here. It's so far away. It's literally just is it? Yeah. So we can already pre-prep all of this. I'll just go straight into there. This will eventually be rerouted, but for now, that's how that goes. I mean, I see no reason not to also enable all of this. No point building the buildings or the outputs for these. I still don't know what I'm going to be doing with these buildings. Maintenance is produced here, on mechanical parts. We can't increase our production of this anymore. We need to know how construction 4 is going to affect maintenance on all of the buildings. If I can literally just upgrade these, and maintenance 2 can be used in place of maintenance 1, but it's more efficient, then all I need to do is reroute what's on this belt. This doesn't need to come here anymore. Upgrade these, route in the electronics 2, job done. If not, then we're going to need to build additional maintenance buildings. Find somewhere to place them, route everything in. Okay, we need to get those vehicles to not do that. Make the belt. Everything else can wait. Are you done? You're done. Good. Right. Build this. Reverse the direction of this. Reverse the direction of this. Oh, that's actually already empty. Build this now. How is that already empty? Oh, because they've been manually loading this. That's a problem and a pain. God damn you, trucks. You have created problems for me. Okay, put crushed copper ore in there. Okay, we're just going to have to do it this way. Overclock that. Set this to be upgraded next. Pause this. They're not going to be able to deliver to here, even if I tell them that they can. Why are you not inputting currently? I did change the direction, didn't I? Okay, we're just going to have to tell them to empty this and empty this. For the time being, they're allowed to import into that. You're allowed to import into that as well. Why is this... Alright. Okay. No need to remove the rest of that. Okay. Now remove that. As you know, we should just wait for them to actually grab the rest of that and dump it into there. Large tree harvesters has no trees to harvest. This is a good problem to have. It means the area I allocated them to clear, they've cleared. Well, clear a bit more. There we go. No available designated mining areas. Which one? Coal mine. That might actually be slightly outside your area. Problem is, I've gotten so used to it giving me warnings that I don't actually need to know anything about, so that when something important comes through, I don't always hear it. Thankfully, we didn't run out of coal. We noticed it soon enough. Shame I can't increase the priority of a warning. Copper is starting to run out. We're actually starting to run out of iron as well. may just be an inability to keep up rather than a resource problem. Yeah, I think that's just an inability to keep up. So we may need to upgrade that and bring it online. Or we could always just turn it off. I mean, technically this is 6. We only had 5 here previously. So this should be outputting more anyway. It outputs steel as a priority, doesn't it? That's probably the actual problem. Okay, that all looks good. I mean, we've done this everywhere else. We may as well duplicate it. We did that specifically so that we could define which output was more important. There we go. Doesn't matter so much for that. Okay, let's speed things up a bit. Again. Yeah. They want to deliver resources to there, but they can't. You're still not running. Oh, bollocks. Oh, why didn't you have that on you as well? Okay, there we go, fixed. Although we are now out of copper. There's still some on the belt, so we can catch up. Now, do I want to put this here? We do still have space here for one more. What we lack, however, is an ability to get the materials over there. So no. We'll save this gap here for if we build something over here that we want in there. But in all likelihood we're going to tear all of that apart as well. Okay. How are you doing? Making solid progress is what you're doing. I'll give you an extra truck because we have some spare. So you may continue to progress. Good. They finished off this bit. And they're working along here now. Ah, we are going to need to dig down a little bit on that to be able to make it green. That could kill all the trees. Are there trees planted there? No, they're just shadows of trees. That is all grass, though. Dig down to 15. We don't actually need... Nope, try again, game. Oh, because you put a slope there. Stop trying to be clever. Actually, no, we shouldn't allocate that because that's just going to cause problems. Set that back, put the trees back down. We are out of sand. Oh. That's why we're out of sand. Okay, we're not out of sand. We do actually still have some, but we are running out of sand. I need these guys to finish digging through the bit that doesn't have much sand in it. And move on to the next area. We are running out of meat. Ever so slowly. Do we have the resources to just build that? I'm going to accelerate building that. And then I'm going to set this to 50%. Reallocate to other farms. Okay. $100 extra chickens between the two of them now. Are the upgrades to our ship done? Yes, they are, but for whatever reason, the ship is... Oh, no. I'm expecting it to say gun 3, but no, that's not that. No, that's right. All is well. Okay. Let's actually come back on this screen now. Battle score is now 430. We may as well. Can't do anything there. 430, that's an even fight. So roll the dice as to whether... Actually, no, I think we lose that fight because our ship will retreat. Let's turn auto repair on. Ship will automatically return home from the world map. It has no available locations to explore. Bauxite quarry. Just loot. This location has a groundwater well, but even our biggest ship is only going to be able to shift 2,000 water per trip. I can't see that ever being worthwhile unless you literally just have no water anywhere. We may actually need to increase the number of pumps we have here, which might start causing a problem, but we'll see. Okay, digesters are still keeping up. That all looks fine. Hey, they are finished. Correction, they have finished one half of this. But does the job. Okay, now get on to the other half of this, please. Ah, you bastard. Okay, there we go. This one's already done. They've carved out a reasonably large space for us here, but there's still much more for them to do. To flatten that entire area out. What I'm probably going to do is, once we're out of copper here and iron, I'm going to start tearing down this mountain to fill these holes back in again, so that we have more space to work with. But it's going to be a while before that earthworking project starts. Okay. Okay, good. You need the recipes. There we go. And with both of you running, I don't need you running. Or you overclocked. It should have enough fuel over there to not need to immediately come back, but we'll see. We do have some small amount of crushed copper ore. We'll not worry about emptying out the extras there for the time being. Okay. All our other resources are fine, so we are now in a position where we can start upgrading things that may need upgrading. I am of a mind, we have the resources or the people. Let's unpause that, upgrade that. Gonna need to remember to copy the configuration over. See, with 4 of these running, it could serve 4 of these and 2 of these, theoretically. In fact, if these are running at full tilt, then this belt needs an upgrade. And the same applies for these. Well, actually only just for that one. Copper-wise. No, in theory, copper should be fine if we're still just using the 3 of these. We can now supply 6, but those 6 can be supplied from the 2 of these. Oh no, it's 1-to-1 now. Yeah. So these are never going to get built or used. And same for these. Is that upgrade? Yes. And this one... Oh, these don't have upgrades, we just need to actually build them. How many people do these take? Oh, they take a reasonable amount of power. We'll wait to see how much copper we're actually producing before we worry about that. Shipper's cargo is delivered to the settlement. Are you still there or are you coming back? You're still here. Good. Can't deal with any of these. Could go grab some of that before we come back. Yeah. Hopefully you don't have to stop there to visit there. No, I don't want you to explore there. I clicked this one. This one. We know there is a battle there. You stupid thing! Good lord! How can that be in the game? If I'm telling it to go here, I don't want it to go to a fight that it can't take. Take the safe route. Don't explore an area we know we have a combat encounter in. Ridiculous. Come on. How could that never have been dissected? Because I can't tell it to, or I can't retreat it from battle. So all that's going to happen here is it's going to engage in this fight, lose, and then come limping back. Maybe even via this. Not that it can take this encounter either. So how does this play out? Yeah, and I can't tell you to retreat. I didn't want you to engage this fight. And it wins because it has one more gun than us. So it is coming back this way. What we found up here? Ah, we found another oil rig. Good. And now it's going to explore this area. It can't. It's too damaged. Ah. Silly things. Silly, silly things. Okay. This is enough to burn 4 of these. You know what? We should actually be now using more copper. So let's innate or upgrade one of these, unpause it, and then build one more of these. Not what I'm trying to do. Because our copper consumption will be up. Okay. Is that causing a problem with coal? No, coal is still fine. Accept only assigned. No, I just want a truck always emptying this out to some degree. Did we lose the battle? Hey, we managed to win the battle anyway. It still wasted some time, but I'll take it. Free electronics. Okay, construction 4 is almost done. Let's get another one of these upgraded. That's what I wanted to see. Now we have too many eggs. What can we do with too many eggs? Package them up. I assume we don't have fruit yet. Getting access to fruit would be very, very helpful. We need to find it on the map. I suppose this being a farm, it should just discard spare eggs. And that is construction 4. Okay, so now we get to see... Okay, they're separated out in here. Damn it. And it's a different building. This doesn't upgrade into it. Well, we're not going to need much of it for the short term, but still. So we do need to find somewhere else to put this. $72 is in theory our peak capacity. I think I'm going to need to upgrade... Not that belt. Where's that belt going? Oh, that's going to storage, isn't it? Yeah. I'm going to need to upgrade that belt. We only need one of these, but we should give ourselves room for a second one. I'm using all 3 underground paths here. We can always put a bigger bridge down, though. I wonder, is the maintenance stored in the building? We're actually getting very close to needing a third one of these. Nah, not quite enough room. I could make enough room to have them both in there. But then the vehicles couldn't get to here, and that's kind of the point of that. We do have one more tier of lab. Do we have another tier of construction materials though? No. That is the final tier of construction materials. One more tier of lab equipment. Fairly sure this is the last mechanical part. That being the case, lab equipment. This space here is free to be used. So one of these and 4. Although, yeah, well, the gap is there specifically so that we have room for those. Gives room for this and expansion. Why have you stopped? That looks like a copper problem. No, copper goes into there. Nope, that's making it over. Ooh. Aha! It was being manually delivered to. Okay. This might get expanded this way, so... I mean, probably not. We're not going to ever build more than one additional one of these. Actually, too late, they built it. This way works. Okay, that's the easy bit. Still don't know how the hell I'm going to get, if we build some mega vehicles, how are they going to get to some of these places? The digger specifically is the main thing that I'm concerned about. Everything else I think is height 4, dump truck, haul truck tank. Maximum capacity of 180. This type of transport can only transport liquid or gas. So there isn't one of these for flat. And then mega excavators, which are 7. Actually, I don't think that can go there because these don't have their own stanchions, do they? Oh no, that's fine. Because there was already a bell there, it's going to put a stanchion where I'd want a stanchion anyway. That's what I wanted to see. This is also going to get us some glass back as a result, or some extra glass back, I should say. Keeping track of two different kinds of maintenance is going to be a bit of a pain in the arse. Before I do that, you should be back. Are you repaired? You are. Oh! I entirely forgot we had a second oil rig already. I was worried we were going to run out because we were relying on this one. I mean, we can repair it. It costs us nothing to repair it and have it repaired. And that also gives us an excuse to come over to here to view that. So, good. That's being loaded. Are these full? Good, they're full. That's full as well. That's what I wanted to see. This isn't full. This isn't full because we're out of sour water. We're out of sour water because we're obviously out of oil. Now, before we think about redoing this, we're gonna queue up this. Between this episode and next, I'll run things a bit so that we can get some resources built back up. I'll get all of these researched. We're not ending for a little while yet, and I will pause the game when we're about ready to have this, and then we will entirely redo the power plant for a third time. So we'll queue up that. Then we'll queue up that. It'd be interesting to get access to offices as well. We should probably get household appliances. In fact, household appliances we should get now. Once edicts is done, we'll queue up household appliances and offices, and we'll see how far we get through them. So queue that up, queue that up, queue these up for my own time. Let's also do the same on those. And we'll get power generation. But they actually don't take much maintenance. The bigger problem is just that they take so many solar panels per... or solar cells. But it's probably something that you should start making early on and just trickling resources into. And just have a location somewhere that has solar panels and just steadily build them out. So we'll add that to the queue and then, yeah, go to nuclear. And we shall see from there. We do have more advanced edicts now. Honestly, I'm more concerned about maintenance than I am about fuel. Don't need more farm, don't need to reduce water consumption at the time being. We can't increase food consumption as much as I'd like to. Household goods we could. If I increase household goods, how much extra unity do we actually get? We don't even get one. The problem with food plenty is just our meat production at the minute isn't good enough. Do we have any vehicles spare? Just thinking is whether or not we could start flattening out this area again. I think what we'll end up doing, yeah, we'll put the solar cells up here, or solar panels up here when we start getting access to them, and we will trickle build them. Build them ever so slowly. Okay, resources wise, we do have one of them turned off. I think we need to turn it on. Yeah. We built two, we only have one on. We'll turn the other one on now. Which will also use some sulfur. Ah yes, we have those buildings boosted at the minute, don't we? You loaded? You're loaded. You may as well go and get that oil rig up and running. That reminds me. That was linear. I think Wasn't it increasing the production capacity, increase the population requirement the most? And then it added a small amount additional to maintenance, I think. $400 to upgrade it again. But if we have two, I think we're better off running both of them rather than upgrading. Monthly Unity things being consumed. Yeah, it's just 40 Unity per production level multiple. I didn't want you to unpause. Don't unpause. Just because I'm changing it doesn't mean that I want you to unpause. 27. 14. So yeah, that's fractionally less than double. That's linear. 18. That's double as well. Okay, what's down here? Enemies that we can beat and just some general loot. And that's it for that area. Okay. Hydrogen consumption and production. We're nowhere near our peak production. And we did just turn fuel saver off. Although building more of these will increase maintenance if they're being used. Let's bring diggers up to 20. And those up to 100. Okay, and now we're getting construction parts 2. So when that thing's fully running, it's going to consume the entire output of this. Thankfully, it's going to be a while until it's fully running. But still. Okay. Ooh, microchip technology. That is something for much, much later. Probably not even going to get to that until Thursday. Upgraded glass maker. Ah yes, which doesn't return the scrap. Worth getting. Hopefully it's the same size. Sausage production is something we can also do. We should also do this. What can we currently get for food packs? Oil or ammonia? partnership will be immediately available after the purchase. We need a bigger store of those, but we're not even using the 3 that we have at the moment. Let's get everything up to the same point. UV fueled. You're waiting on repairs. We're not out of hydrogen, that just means that the truck, we need more trucks assigned to here. I wonder if I get the iron back for the flywheels that were made with iron when I or if and when I disassemble them. Is this tank full? No, but it is being delivered to. Shouldn't you be running as a result? No, because you can't vent the oxygen. Six. We've actually gone through all of our fertiliser, largely because we've gone through all of our ammonia. Well, that being the case, let's turn these off. The main thing, or the main reason for that, was just to make sure that we can get through all of this. We're going to need to make some tweaks. Yeah. Let's do it this way. I'll remove that one as well. Speed this up. That into there. Connect that into there. Build all 3 immediately. Default output is that. And overflow output is that. Does mean that this is going to be running constantly now, even when it doesn't need to. $45. $30 to $45. A lot of power. But our biomass is full. Which might have explained a couple of things. We may actually have run out of that stuff. Of animal feed. Not enough trucks. It's being worked on. Okay, we now have access to household appliances. You repaired? You repaired. Are you loaded? No, we forgot to push the button. Okay, we have all the materials we need for that. I think I will pause this belt for now and hopefully remember that we have paused it. That's 1 to 1. Oh, will we really? That's a hell of a dip of vegetables. I got distracted. Right, that's being loaded. It'll let me know when it's done. Household appliances. Okay, that's its own module. That being the case, that can just go there. We just need to make them. And we was gonna slot that in here. Which, conveniently, everything we need is over here. That is the wrong way around. Hopefully household appliances last a decent amount of time. If they don't, that's going to be its own problem. Okay, that's glass. There's our electronics. Steel we can grab from there. That'll do that. Now we need that to be delivered somewhere. Okay, buffer of that's building. It'll stop consuming those once the buffer is full. So that's fine. Don't think we're going to get to have offices done, but we'll have the research done for next time. Actually, rather than turning that one off, I should have turned that one off. Yeah, these are starved of electronics. Interesting, these are starved of copper. Ah, I bet I know why. Yep. I am correct. They have got back to the point where they're going through largely just mountains. Start digging down into this stuff. We are very much getting towards the end of it all. And we can see some small drags of copper in here, which I kind of still want to grab if I can. There's no real good reason for why I want to do that, but okay. Still need to figure out the output for here, because we've already run out of space here. With these here, I'm inclined to have another road here. Research just goes into there. These are the most advanced versions of these. So yeah, research will go into another one of here, and then it'll just end up looping back around and in again when we need the next tier of it. Although I have blocked off the ability for me to do that with this belt here, but I can work around that. Again, we may end up just tearing all of this up because of how much additional production we need in some of these and how far away the next version of these are. That being the case, we'll plan for this one. We won't build this one though. Okay. Is there any reason that I would want to bring those further over? I don't think so. That's not what I wanted, but never mind. That's what I wanted. And then all of that. May as well get all of that. Might as well get that as well. No reason not to build these bits either. Of course you can't get to where you're not supposed to. Yeah, we desperately need more electronics. That will help. That'll help a lot. But for the sake of getting some extra out onto the belt and to saturate it, let's just consume all our resources as fast as we can. Okay. Vegetables do still seem to be on a downward trend. Still okay on water. We've actually almost done. Although once they've done that bit, I'll tell them to cut out this bit as well. And they've made solid progress as well. I don't need to give them more area to build in just yet. How are we going over here? You're almost done. You have a lot of land to flatten, to be fair. There's just a lot of dirt there, and your drop-off point is over here, so you've got a lot of driving to do as well. Multiple large earthworking projects going on at once. Okay. One assumed you're up here. Yep. You can't win that fight. You might be able to win that fight on the way back. Give it a go. Trade diesel for bread. Why would you want to import waste other than to burn it? I mean, sour water I can actually kind of see a point to. Sludge to a lesser extent. You're trading one dumpable resource for another. Take out the cruiser first. Don't spread your ammo between the two of them. Or you can take out the patrol ship. That works as well. And then we just win by default. Unless you keep missing. There we go. A ground well, water well. But why? And a settlement beyond it. But why? I still don't understand why. Okay. Up and running and making stuff. Yeah, good point. Slow this down for a second. That one doesn't need upgrading. That just goes to there. That one's fine. We do need to upgrade that one if we're going to run these at 2 times speed. So that uses 12, that uses 12, that uses 8, 12, 12, 24, 40, okay, yeah. If this belt is fully saturated, then it'll supply all of these. Okay. Do we have the resources to quick build this? We do. Wait, that's a household good module. Cancel. No, stop. Cancel. Cancel construction. Empty it. Try again. Better. Strange. I swear that was the one I placed down. Okay, they need 12.6. We can't supply that with one building. We need to have two of them. Yeah, that produces 12. This one needs to be built as well then. Speed her along her way. Now I think we've saturated the belt. 24, 48, 56. Yeah, we've oversaturated the belt. Problem. We need more of these. I think we'd have to disassemble all three of them, shift them over. But even then, that's not going to give us enough of these. So maybe we build some additional ones over on the left-hand side. Copper already comes this way. The rubber doesn't, but we could always bring the rubber this way. Add some over here. Okay, we have saturated all the lines though. But with both of those up and running, if everything over there is running at full speed, we do need this to be upgraded, because we are going to need to build more of these. Even our current consumption of them is technically higher than our production once everything is going. Technically sorted. Ship was fully repaired. Battle was won. Do we send them over to here? We may as well. Could be something useful over the settlement. They could have fruit. Okay, good. You are done. With you being done, please carve out that part of the mountain. You may also start filling in I need to destroy that. All of this, and because that should be in your exclusive build area, that should always be filled with dirt. Actually, no, that's slightly outside your exclusive build area. Can I expand you? Oh no, technically it's part inside, part outside. I've lost the building again. There it is. Can we bring you up a little bit more? There we go. That'll do the job. And we don't actually need them allocated for this bit down here at the moment either. They have flattened everything well and truly, which was the point and the plan. Now once they've got this, I think I'll tear it down. And that digger can be allocated elsewhere. Coal is okay. Sand is out. Are you out of designation, or do you just... Sand, stone, coal. Oh, this doesn't have coal in it. That's weird. I thought I had configured it to have coal. Sand, coal. Okay, that one's full, that's why. It wants to dump into here. But it's only allocated to dump to there. So we need to tell it that it's also allowed to dump to there. Ah, yes, I can see nibbles of coal here. Okay. And that's a shame. Trade gold for microchips, but we already have the technology. Or do we actually need to import them? Can we not actually make them? Nope, we can make them. Composite core. Quartz, bauxite, some mining outpost basically. Okay, this is making us household appliances. That gives us an extra 2 Unity. You explicitly want to be delivered to by trucks. And that's 8 o'clock. Although we are very, very close to offices. Like very, 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 very close. I think that wanted electronics, didn't it? This will have to be something that we'll play with next time. First thing next time will give us something to play with. But we may as well quickly get the research done and see what we can place down. I believe it's a fairly simple thing to set up now that we have all of this. But we are going to need to expand this. We need more of these. Many more of these. See if that'll keep up. There is offices. Do we get a research thing or a tutorial thing for it? Set recipe. Office supplies. And we get automatic access to... Yeah, Whoa. Okay, I misunderstood offices. I most definitely misunderstood offices. I thought offices were going to be a module. This is clearly not the case. This entire setup over here is unnecessary then. Oh, outstanding! They finished! Is there any other earthworking I need doing in this area now? I could send you over there, get that bit done. Yeah, I can extend this out to reach there without it complaining. I'd like to move the entire area. And then we'll bring this to here. This to here, and if we extend this out over to here, it shouldn't complain. And then clear that area out. Where the devil will we gonna put these offices? Big ass building. I need so many workers for it. Research, trade, blueprints, message center. If I just place one down and not build it. I see, okay. Boost with computing. Focus points generated by this office. Can I assign the number of workers that are in here, or is it just all number of workers required an optional, no workers assigned at the moment? It's expensive, going to require materials. %2% to contract profitability, unity from settlements, world mine and rig efficiencies, unity costs, cost to goods and 2% to goods and service consumption, crop yield, recycling efficiency, food consumption, maintenance production bonus. That might be worth it. Truck capacity, that is an interesting thing to have in here. Interesting. Very interesting. But it doesn't look like I can upgrade this. It may just be because it's not built. To... Surely you should be able to upgrade directly. I reckon it's just because I don't have it built. If I place this down, yeah. I reckon if I build it, I can upgrade. It makes no sense not to be able to, given how everything else works, and given that it's an identical footprint. Is it always going to be 2 office supplies? Or is it going to adjust based upon how many workers are in here? I do not know. Interesting, most interesting. Anyway, that's enough for today. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on Tuesday, where we will figure out offices, but we will also be looking to start making progress on, or remake our power generation, and hopefully get to nuclear reactors. If not on Tuesday, nuclear reactors are likely going to be Thursday. I don't think we're going to be that far off. But yeah, thanks again for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed the show, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Cheerio.